Mic check.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. How we feeling? Good, good, good. Just gonna wanted to greet everyone to check in to see what's on your mind really quickly. If you have any questions that I can answer. I know we had a very, 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 very long day. And for those of you space players who stayed up playing all night, I hope you're up because there was a lot of you up last night. I was not among the group. But I just want to touch base to let you know that I'm going to be around today if you have any questions. I'm going to spend most of my day with the Board of Commissioners, but during lunch break, I will make myself available to all of you at some point in time upstairs just to check in. Today, we have a very special program for you. We have our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Paul Ortiz, who's going to be introduced shortly. Welcome, Dr. Ortiz. And what's interesting about today is you have very few breakout sessions. One of the feedback that we received last year that was the day was too session heavy. And that was related to day two after having a very long day one. You will see in your program today that you have two breakout sessions in the morning. In the afternoon, you will spend most of your time in this room together. Um, some of the sessions in the afternoon are designed specifically for special groups. There will be a session today just for pre-service teachers. You should all know that it's in this afternoon and it's noted in your program. There is a session this afternoon for school administrators and supervisors as well. Otherwise, you will spend most of your time here, and we should convene today at dinner from 5 to 7 p.m. Any questions that you have about today or yesterday, anything that's on your mind before I turn the program over to get us officially started today? I'll take about 2 or 3 questions right now. Show of hands. We're all good. All minds are clear. There's no this I must say right now. Okay. Enjoy your day. Please, I'm going to introduce Tamar to bring introduction to our keynote speaker this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lamy. Good morning. Buenos dias. Hola, bonjour, shalom, assalamu alaikum. How is our aspiring educators this morning? That's what I'm talking about. Where is North Jersey? Oh, I see it happening on day two. Where's Central Jersey? I see the hands up and I reign from the true South. Where is South Jersey? Yes. So we are excited to be here at the Amistad Summer Institute on day two at Kane University. We want to also shout out our online family. So saying hi to everyone and hailing you here on day two. I do have the privilege to introduce our speaker this morning. And today our journey takes us deep into the crucial theme of race, resistance, and reconstruction. So, to ground us in this powerful work, we are incredibly honored to introduce our morning opening speaker. He is a third generation United States military veteran, a first generation college graduate, and a former combat veteran with the 82nd Airborne Division who has dedicated his life to uncovering the histories that traditional textbooks too often leave behind. A PEN Award winning writer. His landmark book, An African American and Latinx History of the United States, has been praised by Fortune magazine as one of the definitive texts that actually reflect the true complex narrative of our nation. You may have also heard his voice and his insights guiding millions of viewers as a consultant and narrator on PBS docuseries alongside Henry Louis Gates Jr. and John Leguizamo. From his early roots organizing on the ground with the United Farm Workers to his current role as professor of labor history at Cornell University, his scholarship is uniquely tied to action, to community knowledge, and social justice. Please join me in giving a powerful Amistad welcome to a masterful historian, a relentless truth teller, and our day two opening speaker, Dr. Paul Ortiz.
Whose house is this? Whose night keeps out the light in here? Say, who owns this house? It's not mine. I dreamed another, sweeter, brighter, with a view of lakes, crossed and painted boats, of fields wide as arms open for me. This house is strange. Its shadows lie. Say, tell me, why does its lock fit my key? Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm very honored and humbled to be here. Thank you to the Amistad Commission and all the incredible work. Thank you as teachers. What you do as teachers, what we do as teachers is more important than ever. I am just so grateful to be back at Kean University. I've actually been working with the Newark Board of Education this year as a consultant with Professor Charles Payne, who was one of my mentors at Duke University, in helping the Newark Board of Education redesign their social studies curriculum. So anytime I have the opportunity to make the trip from Ithaca, New York, to this part of the country, I'm very grateful and excited, except for yesterday, because what should have been about a 3-hour drive and some change became like a 6-hour drive with the Old Testament storm, right? It was like when you were a kid, you saw Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, that kind of thing, except for, and halfway through the trip, I looked up a rainbow. Amazing. I hadn't seen a rainbow in many years. But I start with Toni Morrison because a lot of people have been calling and talking, trying to get me to talk about this new movie. How many of you have seen The Odyssey? Okay, quite a few of us. And what I've said is, I'm happy to talk about The Odyssey. I'm one of the last generation of community college students. I went to Olympic Community College where I earned my Associate of Arts back in 1988. We were that last generation that took the whole Western Civ sequence. And so we read the Iliad, we read the Odyssey. But what I've shared with reporters I've talked to is I said, have you read the American Odyssey? They said, what's that? And I was like, have you never read Toni Morrison's Home? I want you to read that book. If we do anything this week, and I'm rereading it right now, even as we speak, it is a brilliant exegesis about what it means to be a combat veteran returning home to a very difficult homecoming in Georgia during the Jim Crow years in the early 1950s. It's a magnificent story, and it kind of underlies the theme of what I want to talk about this morning of African American history being the key. Remember, Morrison talks about, why does its lock fit my key? Our peoples, African American and Latinos, came here not as immigrants. In my Mexican American family, we talk about, we didn't cross the border crossed us, right? I work with a lot of Puerto Rican students and school districts in Central Florida and in Connecticut, and they're always calling us immigrants. Our people are not immigrants. But why does its lock fit my key? So we're going to talk about African American history as the key to U.S. history this morning, not just as a separate topic, not just as something to teach during Black History Month, but as integral to the whole project of United States history. And I'll talk a little bit about why there's such an attack on that project, even though there's been such great research and activism around the topic. I would be remiss if I didn't mention my only regret this morning, Amistad Commission colleagues, is missing my dear colleague, Hassan Jeffries. We not only went to grad school together at Duke back in the 90s, we played basketball together for many years. And we had a very good intramural basketball team at Duke, I want to tell you. We made it to championship one year where we got to play in Cameron Indoor Stadium, the mecca of college basketball. And we lost to the ROTC, the combined ROTC team at Duke in that championship. We lost by 2 or 3 points. That was a pretty big deal because as grad students, we're about 10 years older than those kids. So I think Hassan, and Hassan was really captain of the team. So I want to thank him for that. When we see a key of U.S. history in an African-American and Latinx history of the United States, which I'll be reading a couple passages from this morning, I talk about a concept called emancipatory internationalism. And this is simply the idea that if you're not free, if you're not doing well, then I'm not free and I'm not doing well. This is an experiential kind of common sense form of knowledge that African Americans learned and taught each other and taught the whole nation. And this is what Frederick Douglass is doing in this slide. I'm not going to read the slides, but I will send a copy to, in fact, I think I've sent a copy to Dr. Mills. And so anyone, if you want a copy of it, you can read the whole thing. But essentially, Frederick Douglass, in the middle of the Civil War, was asked by a very well-meaning audience of white folks in Philadelphia to give a talk about the Civil War. Why the Civil War? Why have we been cursed with this terrible conflict? One of the bloodiest civil wars in human history. It's still one of the bloodiest civil wars in human history. And they expected Frederick Douglass to come and say how great the North was for fighting this war. Now, if you know anything about Frederick Douglass, you know, don't invite him if you want to feel good, if you want to celebrate, if you want to just hang out and have a good time. Frederick Douglass brought the fire, right? He brought the truth. And he said, you know, you folks up north, I mean, thank you all. I mean, thank us for fighting the war now. But here's the thing. You brought it on yourself. You brought it on the nation. You forgot this basic truth that I call emancipatory internationalism. You thought if you went and oppressed Native people in Florida and took their land, you thought if you invaded Mexico to reinstitute slavery in Latin America, you thought if you refused to recognize Haiti diplomatically and help the French draw a cordon and strangle their economy, you thought it wouldn't have any consequences on you. And guess what? It did. The consequence is one of the bloodiest civil wars in human history that still had a few years left to go after 1862. That's basically the concept of emancipatory internationalism. We want to live well. We want to be secure. We want to be happy. We have to treat our neighbors in the way that we want to be treated. This is one of the reasons why, you know, an imperial nation from a non-imperial nation, an imperial nation is always insecure. It always has crime problems. It always has violence problems because it is meeting violence out on people around it, on nations around it, okay? So that's Douglass, that's emancipatory internationalism. The other thing I want to talk this morning, this theme of race, reconstruction, and resistance, is the importance of our students, what our students bring to our classrooms, the energy, sometimes unfocused. They lack the experience we do. I tell my students at Cornell, all of y'all are probably smarter than I am. The only thing I have over you, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old college students, is I have experience. I was in U.S. Special Forces in Central America. I was a labor organizer for many years. I was a former AFL-CIO union, local union president. So I have certain sets of experiences that give me a little more what we used to call wisdom, perhaps, okay? But what happened in the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement promoted Black history in so many different ways. And I'll share a few anecdotes from Florida, because I was teaching at the University of Florida then. We had a school in Gainesville, Florida, that was called J.J. Finley. It was named after a former Confederate general in Florida who had nothing to do whatsoever in Gainesville or with Gainesville. He never taught in Gainesville, never really lived much in Gainesville. I got a call one evening. The students at the University of Florida and high school students from Gainesville and Eastside High School were passing a petition around to their parents and their teachers and their elders. We demand that this school, that its name be changed or removed and no longer named after a Confederate general. And that was what got the energy going. So I got a call one night after these protests started from Evelyn Fox, who's chair of the Alachua County NAACP. And she said, Professor Ortiz, you are now the official historian of the NAACP for this region. And I said, great, what's my salary? She said, and we've been friends for many years, right? So she let that pass. And she said, your first and only task is to write a report to tell us whether or not an elementary school, K through 6, 7 blocks away from the University of Florida, should be named after General J.J. Finley. Because the school had been named back in 1930, it had opened. Actually, in the neighborhood that my wife and I lived in, we lived no more than 2 blocks away from the school. But the students started marching, the high school students and the college students, as part of the Black Lives Matter activism, right? The Black Lives Matter movement, which I don't really have time to talk about this morning, I've written about though, is an international movement. I know this because some of my former students from the University of Florida and UC Santa Cruz, where I taught for several years, would call me from all over the world. They call me from Beijing. They call me from Johannesburg. They call me from Mexico City. And in the summer of 2020, they were all part of marches, rallies, protests. And they were all paying homage to George Floyd and to African Americans who had been cut down by police in the United States. But they used that as a springboard to talk about local issues in Mexico City, Johannesburg, Beijing, et cetera, et cetera. And in Gainesville, the Black Lives Matter movement really crystallized around this struggle. Why do we have the school named after a Confederate general who turned out to be a very bad person, by the way? Because it took me it was one of the easiest research projects I've ever had in my life. It took me like less than a day to come up with numerous reasons why you should not have an elementary school named after a man who was a judge who accepted testimony that was resulting from torture, and he knew it. And even in the 1870s, that was unconstitutional. So we took care of that. The student protests, the parent engagement, but as you know, that's where the work just started. The easy thing was getting the name off of the school. That was easy. The challenging thing was being part of a committee to meet almost daily sometimes to figure out who are we going to put on that school, right? And we came up with, and I'm telling a very abbreviated story here, Carolyn Beatrice Parker. She had been a scientist in the Manhattan Project. She actually was from Gainesville, Florida. She actually taught science in Gainesville. She had to leave the South because this was the Jim Crow period in the 30s. She went to go get her PhD at MIT, but in the middle, a little thing called World War II happened. And she was a brilliant physicist. And so she was recruited to work in the Manhattan Project. And again, it was such a joy to do this research and to learn about her. And I feel like before I learned about Carolyn Beatrice Parker, I was ignorant about so many things. Some of you have seen the film, it's called Hidden Figures, right? So Carolyn Parker was a hidden figure before the hidden figure generation. Okay, and there was a whole group of women scientists in the 20s and 30s who were just as brilliant as their male counterparts, but they didn't have privileges. Carolyn Parker worked in the Trigger Project in Akron in the Manhattan Project. And unfortunately, because of her service to our nation, died of leukemia. Every person in her unit actually died of leukemia shortly after the end of World War II. So we were able to get the school renamed in her honor. But I want to emphasize it took student activism, community protest, Black Lives Matter. This is how Black history and Black studies has always progressed, y'all. This is how Latino studies studies, how Asian American studies, how women's studies, how LGBT studies. We would like to think that our dear leaders in higher education got these disciplines going, right? Not true, right? We know that as teachers. I just want to point that out. After we renamed the school, there were so many benefits. Scientific American published a piece about Carolyn Parker, and some other women who had worked in the Manhattan Project that I was ignorant of. One of the most important things, though, was talking to parents of young students from the newly renamed Parker Elementary. One of them was my office manager at University of Florida. I directed the oral history program. And she came up to me one day and she said, Dr. Ortiz, I want to thank you for working on that renaming project. You may not have thought about this, but the little girls now at this elementary school, second and third graders, are finding out who Carolyn Parker was. And they're saying, Mommy, Daddy, teacher, I can grow up to become a scientist. A Black woman did this in the 1930s. And so this was an edifying project. Again, it came about as, I want to emphasize all these things together. It's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, education without social action is one-sided. It's not enough. The obverse is true. Social action without education is not enough. You have to have both things. And I feel like that's what we've been doing in Black history, really from the beginning. Black Lives Matter movement, civic engagement, historical research, the civic engagement. And then, of course, once the school was renamed, I got recruited to be on the board. And so that meant going to meetings and learning a lot. And I had to apologize to the principal. I said, man, there's no way, shape, or form I should be on this board because I was a terrible student. Back in the day, I was bad. I was not. That's another story. We did a number of things, and I'm going to break off and read a couple of passages from African American Latinx history in just a couple moments. But some of us have already, some of you have already asked me what it was like to teach in Florida, especially Black history, and it was all about struggle. Because as many of you have heard, the state has tried to pull the rug out from under Black history, out from under LGBT history, out from under women's history, out from public health and environmental studies and so many other topics. And so again, our students have carried the banner. They did a statewide walkout. This is back in 2023, and asked our role at the University of Florida was, can you do a teach-in on Black history? And we work with the library staff who are excited to work with us in promoting Black history resources from the University of Florida that could be accessible for school districts, for community people, for students, et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't know until after the event concluded. By the way, this is an all-day teach-in. Hundreds of people came to read and to learn Black history. But the reason they did so was because of the statewide protests. And I didn't realize until the end of the day, a couple of the science librarians approached me because we had the event in the science library at the University of Florida. They said, well, you know, some of our administrators tried to stop this from happening. They said, oh, you know, we think the governor may not be happy about this. And their response was two things. Their first response was, we're not here for the governor. We're here for the students. Number two, we have a collective bargaining contract. Article 10 is academic freedom. And y'all can't stop us from doing this. And so that was really critical for us. When we think about protests, though, I want to take us back to the beginning. The theme of African American history is the key to U.S. history. There's been a lot of talk about the 250th, but there's a lot of things missing in the 250th, and one of them is Black history. In an African American Latinx history of the United States, chapter 1, I start with the Haitian Revolution and the birth of emancipatory internationalism. But this part of the book is about the American Revolution. And I'm just going to read a few paragraphs here from the book. African Americans fought with every weapon at their disposal to change the course of the American Revolution away from slavery and toward freedom for all. In the fall of 1776, Lemuel Haynes, a Revolutionary War soldier in Massachusetts, took up his pen to grapple with Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. 2 years earlier, Haynes had enlisted in the Patriot cause. In April of the previous year, he and his fellow Granville, Massachusetts militia members rushed to defend Lexington from British troops. The young Minuteman later served with Ethan Allen's Green Mountain Boys at the Battle of Ticonderoga. Private Lemuel Haynes was a free black man and a soldier who believed that the American Revolution should be a war against slavery. He was born in 1753, the progeny of a black father and a white mother of quote, respectable ancestry in Connecticut, who publicly renounced him. He became an orphan. He was apprenticed to and raised by an intensely religious family in Granville. He became an ardent foe of slavery and titled his rebuttal to Jefferson's document. The title he gave was Liberty Further Extended, or Free Thoughts on the Illegality of Slave Keeping, wherein those arguments that are used in its vindication are plainly confuted, together with a humble address to such as are concerned in the practice. That's back then, people had those titles, long titles, right? Lemuel Haynes opened his challenge to the Continental Congress by quoting the highlight of the Declaration of Independence, its opening sentence, quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Haynes admonished his independence-minded comrades that they should be engaged in a war against oppression. To affirm that an Englishman has a right to his liberty, Haynes stated, is a truth which has been so clearly evinced, especially of late, that to spend time in illustrating this would be but superfluous tautology. Building on this point, Haynes insisted that the goals of the American Revolution should not be constrained by race. He said, "But I query whether liberty is so contracted a principle as to be confined to any nation under heaven. Nay, I think it is not hyperbolical to affirm that even an African has equally as good a right to his liberty in common with Englishmen. And the main proposition which I intend for some brief illustration is this, namely that an African, or in other terms, that a Negro may justly challenge and has an undeniable right to his liberty. Consequently, the practice of slave keeping, which so much abounds in this land, is illicit." This is 1776. This is a Black Revolutionary War veteran. And as I talk about in the book, he's not alone. He's an exceptional writer, but he's not exceptional in the number of African Americans who are petitioning for freedom and trying to outreach to the Continental Congress saying, you have the chance to do this right. And one of the few founding fathers, two of them, Thomas Paine and Benjamin Franklin, I wish they had done a musical about either Franklin or Paine, my God. They did the musical on the wrong dude. That's another topic. But Franklin was already warning his fellow founding fathers, if y'all don't end slavery now, and the warning became especially acute during the Constitutional Convention, if you don't end slavery now, this nation is headed for a terrible, terrible catastrophe. And he was right. Let me read another passage. We're going to go forward on this concept of emancipatory internationalism, because I want to read a passage from the opening moments of Reconstruction. Now we're fast forwarding from 1776 to 1865. This incredible moment in human history. W.E.B. Du Bois, the great African-American intellectual, calls the African-American struggle in slavery and fighting out of slavery and into emancipation and Reconstruction, Du Bois calls this the greatest story in modern history. Not a month, not even a year, the greatest story. It is a story of far greater magnitude and importance than the Iliad or the Odyssey combined, and it actually happened. As you know, the Iliad and Odyssey are wonderful oral history praise poems based upon wonderful Greek, ancient, and Egyptian and Mesopotamian mythologies. I don't have time to get into that part. But this is 1865. What do African Americans want out of freedom? And doing the research from African American Latinx history of the United States, I was humbled. Good research is always humbling. It should be. You're learning things you thought you knew, but did not know them. I had thought that when African Americans had volunteered by hundreds of thousands to serve in the Union Army, they were fighting for their freedom and the freedom of their families and their communities. And that was true. But what I missed was the emancipatory internationalism part of this. They were just fighting for themselves, and they said it clearly. We're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for the nation, and we're fighting for the world, because the whole world was enthralled to slavery. Read the black newspapers I quote heavily in the early chapters of this book. They talk about Russian serfdom frequently and are agonized by the oppression of Russian serfs. They talk about slavery in Latin America. They talk about other forms of tyranny. This is why we fought in the Civil War. So I begin chapter 4, Global Visions of Reconstruction, in the following manner. African Americans decided that emancipation in one country was not enough. How they came to this belief is instructive for students of democracy. The key again. The creative energy unleashed by the African American general strike against slavery transformed the idea of emancipatory internationalism into a powerful social movement. Experience was a great teacher. The way in which Black workers had earned their citizenship was crucial because it now informed their understandings of how politics worked. African Americans had gained their individual rights working together in a great cause for liberation. Black soldiers had withstood the enemy's onslaughts in the battlefield as disciplined members of regiments, battalions, and rifle squads. Black laborers had downed their tools, quitting Southern plantations first in small groups and then in vast numbers, thus denying the Confederacy the means to provision its own armies. African American men and women labored together to dig fortifications, to build roads, and to feed and care for wounded prisoners and escaped Union soldiers. The Reverend W.B. Derrick asked if his country was willing, as emancipation dawned, to lend a hand to the struggling people of where? Cuba. He's writing from South Carolina. But Reverend Derrick says the following: can it be possible that the offensive, miserable carcass of slavery still lurks around the threshold of our republic and treading upon the necks of over a 500,000 Blacks? At our very threshold is Cuba, only a few hours' sail from us, and the unwholesome stench can be inhaled. At our own door, the cry is heard, "Come, help us." Where are the 4 millions of our people lately emerged from the house of bondage? Can we remain still? Are we going to act as the brothers did to Joseph? Can we not hear the cry coming up from the slaves of those islands? And then African Americans went on to build a national movement in support of Cuban liberation, a national movement. Hundreds of thousands of petitions all the way from Seattle, Washington to Key West, Florida. petition campaign. Presented the petitions to President Ulysses S. Grant. The thing that stopped it, Wall Street. U.S. had too much money invested in Cuban slave sugar plantations. That killed the thing. But protest, thinking about your freedom in tandem with mine, thinking about how we're all interconnected, is the thing that's animated Black politics and Black history from day one. I think about this other exciting moment that I had the chance to play a small role in Connecticut. Students and their parents and teachers began approaching the state assembly and saying, you need to offer African-American history and Puerto Rican history and Latino history needs to be offered in every school as at least an option, every school district, not just the progressive district here or there, right? But every school district, every child should have the opportunity in our public school system in Connecticut to learn African-American, Puerto Rican, and Latino history. And I got a call from some friends who are teachers in Connecticut that asked me to play a role in this. And I was so busy, right, being a big shot university professor. I'm like, I'm just so busy. They said, don't say yes or no. We're gonna send you a couple YouTube videos and then give us your decision. And the YouTube videos were of 16-year-old children asking state legislators. My great-grandmother came here from Puerto Rico in 1919 and spent her whole life cleaning, scrubbing the floors of white people on her knees. I think I should be able to learn about her generation and our people. And you talk about Puerto Ricans as if we're immigrants. We're not immigrants in Connecticut. Our people fought in World War I. That's another thing you forgot. You gave us provisional citizenship because y'all couldn't raise enough people to fight to go in this war for democracy. And so you needed Puerto Ricans to fight. But you teach none of this in your schools, in our schools. I was in tears, y'all. It's hard enough for me to get my own students to do their reading assignments. And these were 16-year-old children saying, we demand the right to read more. We demand the right to learn about our ancestors, Black people, Latinos, Puerto Ricans. And so, lo and behold, they get the law passed. But again, like the case with J.J. Finley to Carolyn Parker Elementary, the work just is beginning. Social action and education. The students get things rolling. The parents and the teachers are supportive. Public testimony, we get the law passed. At that point, and again, I'm not going to read these, I'll just share these with y'all. At that point, the research and the curriculum planning, and y'all know this, just really begins. And so we spent about a year working on this with the state of Connecticut, ended up with a curriculum, which I'm very proud of. I've lost track with it. I'm sure most of you know more than I do right now. I've just been involved in so many different things, but a sequence of, as you can see, African-American, Puerto Rican, Latino histories. To me, one of the takeaways in working with colleagues in all these different fields was we're stronger together. You couldn't have got a law to support Latino history as an option. You couldn't have got a law to support just Black history as an option. But Black and Latino parents working together were able to make this happen. And so Black and Latino history educators, and I just happen to do both fields, were able to come together and create a curriculum which is in place in the state of Connecticut. And I don't see why it couldn't be in place all across the country. It's not yet a requirement, but it is I guess you call it not a required option, but any student in any school district in Connecticut should be able to take a course, this sequence of courses. I wanted to share with you a little bit of the outline as I kind of move towards a conclusion here of an African-American Latinx history of the United States. The book is being used in different school districts across the country. My publisher is working on a young adult version of this book. I've spent several sessions working with Newark Board of Education teachers on the core themes here of the book. It's revisioning U.S. history with Black and Latino people there at the beginning of the story. Not just starting in 1959, not just starting the Civil War, but starting in the late colonial period. The Mexican War of Independence, Chapter 2, for example, is a story of how African-American slaves found sanctuary in Mexico if they were able to escape from slavery in Texas, Louisiana, Florida, and other places, et cetera, et cetera. The book starts with the Haitian Revolution because the Haitian Revolution was the greatest Kickstarter of freedom in the history of this hemisphere. And it concludes with the election of President Barack Obama, basically arguing that President Obama's election is possible because of the resurgence of Black and Latino working class activity in cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Miami, and other places. It was a really exciting book to write, but again, very humbling because a lot of this information I just didn't know before. I want to highlight the exciting things that the Black Lives Matter movement, I feel, made possible. One of these, Mary McLeod Bethune, many of you know Mrs. Bethune as one of the greatest educators and political activists in this country's history. If you know about the United Nations, you know that Mary McLeod Bethune, this is one of the things she did. She pushed the U.S. into the United Nations. She pushed the United States to participate in the United Nations because she understood the importance of international human rights. Again, emancipatory internationalism. So in the middle of all of this drama that was happening with the Black Lives Matter movement, the resurgence, the blowback, we were able to take down a statue to, yes, yet another Confederate general and replace it with Mrs. Bethune's statue in the Capitol Rotunda. And this, again, is one of the highlights of my life to have seen this happen because she was such an incredible person. Reverend Henry Highland Garnett, one of the great abolitionists, a close friend of Frederick Douglass, a close friend of the liberation movements throughout Latin America. He spoke Spanish. He didn't have to speak Spanish to be a friend of liberation in South America, but it helped because Reverend Garnett, as a boy, apprenticed on a ship that sailed to Havana from New York, and he saw slavery firsthand in Cuba as a young boy. He saw the horrors of the sugar plantations, again, many of them, not most, owned in New York. So to keep Black history going, I found it necessary, even as an Ivy League professor, you have to stay active. You have to speak up. You have to be in the front lines. People ask me today, are you afraid, Professor Ortiz, giving one of these lectures at Cornell, that a student might record you? Like, they can record me. I mean, my voice is all over the internet by now. I can't really hide. I learned from Angela Davis when I taught at UC Santa Cruz. How many of you heard of Angela Davis? Okay, she's a dear friend. And the thing she taught the junior faculty back in the day, when I first arrived there in 2000, was don't wait until you get tenure to speak up. Don't wait until you get job security until you speak up, because what you're doing is you're just putting pressure on the rest of us who have to do your work for you. And so with Angela behind me, I knew I couldn't back off, right? I'd already had an experience as a military veteran. I'd been a union activist. So when I arrived at Santa Cruz, she expected me, and she was incredibly supportive, but she said, we need you to step up. I didn't have tenure back then. Taking my university students from the University of Florida to the Mississippi Delta was one of the high points, has been one of the high points of my intellectual career. And I've talked more about this with the New York Board of Education. I can talk another time about this if y'all are interested. Telling young people that history matters can seem like a waste of time, but when I've taken them to the Mississippi Delta and they see where Emmett Till was when he was kidnapped, abducted, tortured, and murdered, when they see the efforts of African Americans in Glendora, Mississippi, where his family still lives, to commemorate he and his mother's life, and when they see those efforts constantly vandalized or attacked, I don't have to tell my students how important history is. They learn firsthand. So these are articles written by my students at the time or former students. We arrived, one of these stories got on National Public Radio, where like the week before we arrived with 15 University of Florida students, someone took a bandsaw to Mamie Till's face and her son Emmett Till's face. A bandsaw. That was what that sign on the left was. A beautiful sign. And sometimes the people doing this vandalism against Black history are middle school and high school kids. They're middle school and high school kids sometimes. And people tell me, oh, Professor Ortiz, we think you should wait till college to talk about slavery. That's nonsense. It's too late by then if they haven't already learned about it. So wrapping up here, I end the chapter African Atlantic history with the election of Barack Obama. I want to emphasize this was part of a social movement. My wife was part of this movement. I remember we had just moved to Gainesville, Florida, to take up my teaching position. And it was back when we still had landlines. Remember those landlines before the cell phone? So I'm there, I'm unpacking, and my wife Sheila is out doing some errands. And I get a phone call. And person calling me is from the Barack Obama campaign of like North Central Florida. And they're like, excuse me, we want to talk to Sheila Payne. I said, well, that's my wife. She's out now. Can I take a message? Well, we need her to start working like today on Senator Obama's canvassing campaign in your part of Florida. And I said, oh, I'm a professor. I can canvass. Oh, with all due respect, sir, we want to talk to your wife. Okay. She was really the key in that part of Florida. But the lesson there again is grassroots activism. How many of you have ever heard of Sheila Payne? I dare to, unless you're my friend, you probably had. But there were millions of Sheila Paynes in the spring and summer of 2008. In every small town and medium-sized town and rural district in this country that made the election of Barack Obama possible. That's my big takeaway. And I promise the last slides. I know I go on and on. I'm going to cut myself off now. The joke in my family for years has been during Hispanic Heritage Month and during Black History Month, don't try to talk to Paul because he's going to be too busy. But in my career now, these two have come together. So this is a typical slide panel I use when I introduce the topic of Black History Month. Ida B. Wells, Jose Marti, Reverend Lena Mason, and Antonio Maceo, Lena Mason, and Jose Marti. They're all connected. Ida B. Wells was the greatest journalist, I believe, in this country's history, certainly the greatest anti-lynching activist. And Jose Marti on the right was in exile from Cuba, living in Mexico, writing about anti-Black lynchings, writing about some of the same lynchings that Ida B. Wells was writing about, only he was writing in Spanish. And he was writing to audiences all throughout Latin America. He's saying, what is happening to this country? These are our Black brothers that are being oppressed and murdered, and we have to do something about it. And General Antonio Maceo, known as the Bronze Titan, a leader of the Cuban War of Liberation, and the Reverend Lena Mason, one of the greatest evangelical Christian ministers of her day, would take time out of her circuit to write about the Cuban liberation movement. And so they're all connected together. And so when I do Hispanic Heritage Month, I use the same material. Okay? So there's so many connections between our different groups. And I feel like I should come to a conclusion now. I don't know if no, I can keep talking. Okay, oh my gosh. Telling a history professor they can keep talking, dangerous. I'll just go talk over a couple more things. One is African-American history is growing by leaps and bounds all over this world. Those of us who teach Black history in the university level, I could be in Japan right now. I get invited to teach in Japan at University of Osaka every year. Black history is enormous in Japan. Black history is enormous in Europe. It's enormous throughout Latin America. I have a former student who's writing a book, finishing a book. How many of us are familiar with the great Zora Neale Hurston? Okay. So I just wrote a preface in English. It's what was translated into Portuguese. I do not speak or write Portuguese, for a new book that's coming out. The book launch is August 13th. I can give the Amistad Commission the title. Unfortunately, I don't have it on me now. But it's a book on the impact of Zora Neale Hurston on Brazil, because millions of people are reading Zora Neale Hurston in Brazil because she speaks these universal themes. That's another critical point. The key again, Toni Morrison's key. What is their eyes watching God about? A young Black woman from an all-Black town who becomes a migrant farm worker. That is a common experience shared by tens of millions of people in the Americas. If you ask me if there's one experience from like the 1500s to now, what's the most common experience shared by people in the Americas? It is of being a migrant agricultural worker. And there's not even a close second. It's number one. The great writer Richard Rodriguez said, it's the peasant migrant who's the first person to see this hemisphere whole. They travel from Ecuador, Chile, or Mexico. They end up in New York, New Jersey, or Seattle, or Alberta, or Toronto. And they see the whole hemisphere in ways that educated people don't even see the whole hemisphere. So there's a teacher's guide working more in curriculum. I mentioned the work of the Newark Board of Education, but fundamentally we're here for our students. And that's the thing. I know we're invested this week in curriculum and learning and new research. I love research. I love being in the archives. But we have to remember we're here for our students. Everything we do, that's what I was taught when I was in graduate school. And in the preface to the book, or in the author's note, I talk about the shame of growing up in a society that taught me that my ancestors and even my parents were nobodies. We were just shipyard workers. We're just military veterans. We served in war after war. My people fled from the Mexican Revolution in 1914. And my grandfather's generation started fighting right away in World War I. They couldn't recruit and draft Mexican-American men quickly enough in 1916 and 17 to fight in that war over there for what? Democracy. And we didn't have it. Our people couldn't even vote in Texas and shouldering a rifle for Uncle Sam. So growing up in that kind of environment, and I remember when I was in fourth grade, living in San Leandro, California, and we would walk down Marine Boulevard to name it for president, Garfield Elementary, okay? And the young Black and Hispanic kids, the fourth graders, we walked to school together, and we were always kind of bunched up, and people wanted my parents to say, why are you all so bunched up together? Because we got halfway between our apartments and the school. And white adults would stop in their cars sometimes and yell epithets at us. Mean, the worst epithets you can yell at a Hispanic or a Black person. And they would say, go back home where you belong. And as fourth graders, we'd be like, go back home. You take everything literally. Right? We can't go home. We're supposed to go to school. But a little later, we realized they weren't saying go back to your home on Marina Boulevard and your little shanty apartment. They were saying like go back to Mexico or go back to Africa. Go back home where you belong. Or they would say your people lost the war, get over it. And again, as a kid, I'm like, what? Are you talking about Vietnam? Korea? World War II? They're talking about the US invasion of Mexico, the Mexican-American War. That's why I wrote this book, to try to break through, on the one hand, that ignorance, but on the other hand, to make sure that our students, our children, our grandchildren don't have to grow up with a sense of shame. They can grow up with a sense of dignity and self-respect. Because if you're proud of the 250th, if you're proud of the nation, if you're proud of being a third or, as I am a third generation U.S. military combat veteran, know what you're proud of. You can talk about slavery. You can talk about lynching. You can talk about Jim Crow, but talk about the struggle against those things. Talk about the struggle to bring freedom. We wouldn't all be, by the way, we wouldn't be together as a group if it was up to the founding fathers. If it was up to old Hamilton, old Washington, old Jefferson. We wouldn't be together right now. Most of us would be out in the field working for nothing. Certainly if we were women, we wouldn't be commissioners, elected officials. We wouldn't even be voting. How do those things happen? That's why I wrote this book. They happened, and the new book I'm working on, A Social Movement History of the United States, argues no gains that our people have made, whether you're talking about working class people, African-American people, Latino, white folks, no gain that any of our peoples have made has been made without a struggle. That's not an original argument, y'all. You know Frederick Douglass's quote, without struggle, there is no progress. But it's the thing we forget over and over and over again. As union president, I learned this many times in the state of Florida. You could go to your boss, you could go to the college president or the superintendent and ask for a raise. Please, boss, give me more money, and see what happens. But if you go with power, with respect and dignity, organized, then you might make things happen. Remember Malcolm X's example. In 1962, this surprised some people. Malcolm X came down talking about race and resistance and Reconstruction, and he supported a big strike that happened in New York, 1962. Some of our grandparents may have been involved in this strike. People were surprised to see Malcolm on a picket line supporting unions. He wasn't seen as a big labor organizer at that time, but he said, Black and Puerto Rican people have gotten together. They've gotten their act together. They've gotten arrested. They've gotten jailed. They've done direct actions because they're living in poverty, and they decided to do something about it. They unionized. They're fighting. And so where my people are fighting, that's where I need to be. Negro and Puerto Rican communities support Local 1199. And what Malcolm said is some tough love for us too. If you want change, if you want to improve things, you have to be willing to fight for it. If you don't, Malcolm said it clear, you don't deserve the benefits. You just don't. That's a hard lesson for an American to hear, because there's certain peculiar things about American culture that African-American history has a lot to teach. That is, if you want change to happen, you have to struggle. The final slide, I promise, is the final one. A person who represented Mickey Leland, who my parents and Hispanics in Texas, he was a beloved figure. In the struggle to maintain the Voting Rights Act, we know what's happened recently, but this is back in 1981. The Voting Rights Act was under equal attack in 81, and it was being undermined. And so Mickey Leland, representing my family's district in Houston, comes up to the floor as a young congressman. And he comes up to give this speech to defend the Voting Rights Act in Spanish. And people are surprised. They're like, we never knew him to speak Spanish before. And he's speaking Spanish to the U.S. Congress. And people are falling out. You have to see the video of this. It's really an amazing thing. He gives this very short speech in Spanish, in which he says, you may not understand my language, but this is a language spoken by 20 million American citizens back then in 81. And the Constitution says they have equal rights. It doesn't say you have less rights if you speak Spanish or French or Portuguese. No, that's not what it says. And so he gives us one speech in Spanish, shocks people, and helps to save the day. Again, the lesson is we're stronger together. That's the history. I appreciate your.
Dr. Ortiz, we have truly enjoyed you this morning.
And yes, we are better together. We do want to present you with this bag as well. And we're going to engage in a question and answer at this time. So look, already, I'm already have one mic. Dr. Ortiz, can you hand me the other mic? Naisha, on that side, please.
Go in the back first.
Yes.
Thing.
Thank you very much. My name is Christopher Henry from Clifton High School in New Jersey. And thank you so much. The book is going to be terrific, I can already tell. So I had a quick question. In the last 25 years, what has driven many intellectuals like yourself out from what they would call the ivory tower? I spoke with the Dr. Eric Foner, maybe 2003, and he actually became much more of a public historian. I'm just wondering if you might be able to give us some insight into how you and others have become much more public in your activism. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the question. That's a great question. And I think that I mentioned Angela Davis. She was a great, it's a great incentivizer to have someone behind you of that stature who's telling us, you have to be involved with what's going on around you. I think the biggest thing for me, though, and I think Eric Foner, who I see as one of my mentors, an incredible guide for all of us in U.S. history. A lot of people began getting involved in K through 12 public education districts. Now, professors had always done that, but the work kind of escalated when I was in graduate school in the 90s. And to me, I guess my sense of immediacy and urgency, and sometimes I'm like really afraid about this, is that the attacks on public education, I think that is what's helped drive a lot of us out of our, as you mentioned, the Ivy Tower kind of thing, into public engagement. Because again, the students are hungry and want knowledge. And seeing that has been such an eye-opener for me. That's the thing that really kind of keeps me engaged. And thinking my own career, again, I was an awful student. My whole life trajectory was leading right into combat. That was what my father had done. That's what my grandfather had done. I had uncles who fought in the Pacific, World War II, et cetera, et cetera. The idea that I would go to college was bizarre. I mean, no one could help me figure out how to get to college. And so again, it's that kind of experience too. You'll find a lot of us, not all of us, who get involved in public education or public history, have that kind of similar kind of trajectory, kind of growing up. But talking to students is a big wake-up call, y'all. It really is. The last story I'll share is that I was asked to spend some time with high school students in Watsonville, California, a few years ago, and they had read a couple chapters of one of my books. I asked them, I said, well, what book did you read before that? And these are 95% Mexican-American immigrant, many of them immigrant students. And they said, oh, the book we read before was this book by this guy by the name of Upton Sinclair called The Jungle. How many of us have read Learn from the Jungle? And they said, what we learned was we'd be sitting around in the kitchen, and these are the stories we read in The Jungle from 1905 that our parents would tell us every night around the table, of being abused, of being injured on the job, of having no power. And they wanted to ask me, Professor, when does this change? This book was written over a century ago, and our parents are living it today. So that's another thing that's been a big incentive for me.
Good morning, Dr. Ortiz.
Good morning.
So I saw earlier on the slide, there was a website saying the removal of Confederate monuments, right?
Right.
Yeah. So for the longest, I've had a big problem with the statue in Judiciary Square in Northwest DC, where prominently Albert Pike resides. Albert Pike was a brigadier general for Confederacy, you know, a lawyer, poet, whatever. And his staff 5 years that the nation's capital has a Confederate general right in the middle of DC. And I'm wondering, is there a movement to remove that statue? Because there's really no reason to have that man's statue prominent in the nation's capital when he, you know, was the loser and was a traitor to the country. So why is there a movement for that statue to be removed?
That's a good question. I don't know that particular situation, but I know that coalitions, I mean, part of coalitions across the country, it's important when we think about removing, like the J.J. Finley story, I love to tell and retell, because one thing to talk about removing the name of J.J. Finley, a Confederate general, but then the next step was having a replacement and having an argument in place to say, this person should be memorialized or commemorated instead of that person. So I don't know in that particular case. Right now, as you know, in DC, not a great time to talk about removing Confederate people, but a great time to be planning to remove those types of inappropriate statues. I come up from a military veterans perspective. Those people have no business being, I mean, honor them by putting those statues in cemeteries where their ancestors fought. That's fine, but not on public property. I've spent a lot of my career talking to people about the difference between a U.S. military veteran and a Confederate veteran. And it's fine, you served for the cause you believed in, but your statue, just like when this is a quote. I have to preface this with a quote. Someone told me in my face, they're highly educated, why would you put a statue of an insignificant Black woman to replace this Confederate general? My job was not to classify, but to give him research, right? And to put it down on paper and to give a series of reasons why Mary McLeod Bethune should be in the Capitol Rotunda representing the state of Florida. So it's a good time to put that coalition together.
What inspired you to become an educator?
What inspired me in many ways was my military service. When I went to Central America in the 1980s to serve in special forces, I had no idea the history of that region at all. Some of my elders would tell me this and that. And when I got there, I was in Colombia, I was in Venezuela, I was all over the place, Panama Canal Zone. And the thing that astonished me as a 19, 20-year-old sergeant in U.S. Special Forces was to hear all of these people from local communities talk to me about my own country. And they would tell me things about the United States I had no idea. And number one, they'd say, you all have been here for generations. What is it that you want from Panama? What is it that you want from El Salvador? What is it that you want from Honduras? Because we don't get it. Y'all can't seem to keep your hands off of us. I thought I was the first American who'd ever been to Honduras. I was that ignorant. And by the time I left Central America, I thought, by God, I'm going to stop being led around by the nose. And all these myths that I've been told as a kid, I didn't want to disrespect my elders. I'm like, nothing could explain to me why the U.S. was supporting these bloody civil wars in Central America. I wasn't old enough then to have a conception about, there being an alternative to war. I didn't even know you could be opposed to war in this country. That's the milieu that I grew up in. It was an effort to get out of that. One day, I'll never forget, on my way out back to the United States, I came across this article from a Mexican newspaper saying, it was in Spanish, it said, American Negro leader in Latin America to talk peace. And it blew my mind. Like, talk peace? There's no peace here. But that American Negro leader was Jesse Jackson. And he was in Mexico trying to broker a peace agreement, try to get the U.S. to stop supplying these dictatorial regimes with weaponry. So I guess that was a wake-up call for me. And I was like, I need to learn what's going on. And the first book that someone put in my hands when I got back to the U.S. when I was asking all these questions They said, young man, it was another military veteran, said, young man, you need to read this book by this combat veteran from World War II. He saw serious combat. He wrote this book. He put it in my hands. A People's History of the United States. Howard Zinn. That was a wake-up call.
At 10:15. So please, we want to make sure those sessions start on time. Remember our online file. If you would like and still have questions for Dr. Ortiz, please remain. He can still answer those. However, the sessions are beginning now. So you may leave at this time for your next session. Those that still have questions, or, we will allow a few more minutes. Please come to the front. And this Dr. Ortiz can address those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Copies of African American Latinx history are for sale, by the way, $10. And yeah, I can sign them for you too. Yeah.
You have questions? Yes. Okay. So I have to.
Doctor, ¿cómo está su español? ¿Cómo está su español?
Well, it's kind of, comes and goes, so I write and research in Spanish. My speaking is not where it should be right
Igual
now.
lo voy a hacer en español,
Sí,
¿ok? Porque
sí.
me encanta el trabajo para que todo el mundo entienda que América como continente también tiene mucha
Ujú.
herencia africana. Hay muchos negros o morenos en Panamá,
Many,
Colombia,
sí,
Ecuador,
many.
Brasil. Entonces es muy interesante su trabajo y me gusta mucho que hay libros como estos que cubren la historia de África en América como continente, esa conexión que hay entre los dos continentes,
Right.
porque no se puede separar la historia de África de la historia de Latinoamérica o de la historia de Hispanoamérica. Ellos van juntos. Me gusta mucho el trabajo que está. Y thank you for that. We need those resources and the research that help us understand that both culture, the both heritage are important for our students and our communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So yeah, the book is being translated now into Portuguese and Spanish. And so, yeah. So it is, yeah. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll sign those too. Yeah, the books are out on the table and I'll be happy to go out there. I'll be here till like noontime. Does that sound good? Like, because y'all's session goes from like, yeah. So I'll stay here till like maybe like 1 p.m. Okay, I'll be with the books and just, yeah, spread the word. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Can you put the slide back up?
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I just want to know who the other people were.
I know, I apologize. I went through that real quick.
Yeah, went kind of quick.
Yeah, here. So y'all know who the person on the left is?
IDB Wells.
IDB Wells. And the next person, Antonio Maceo,
Antonio
was the leading general of the Cuban resistance against the Spanish in the 1870s. Yeah, his colloquial name in English would be translated as the Bronze Titan. And then the Reverend Lena Mason is probably the person who's the Maceo is Maceo. Yeah, Antonio. And then Lena Mason, she was a Christian evangelical minister. She traveled. She's a traveling minister back in the Gilded Age of the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s. And the last one is Jose Marti, who's a great Cuban freedom fighter and poet. He wrote a book translated into English called Our America, and he wrote a lot about lynching too. And the thing, again, that really amazed me was, I didn't have the chance to say this, but Wells and Marti were the only writers very often who would give the perspective of the people being lynched. they assumed that they were innocent until proven guilty. All the other newspapers like the New York Times, the Washington Post would assume that these people have been lynched, were guilty of a crime. But lynching was terrible because it was outside the law, right? But it was Modern T and Wells who actually gave voice to the victims of lynching. And it was just amazing to me to see that. Yeah.
I teach high school seniors, and we have a comprehensive visual and performing arts program for social justice.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
I love that.
Thank you. We've been doing it for about 5 years now, and I'm struggling with the point of what to tell them about their future. You know, what will be their legacy? How do you find your voice? So as a historian, I'm asking you, what would you tell us that history tells us about what do we do after this administration? How do we prepare for the pendulum to swing? How do we help push back that pendulum?
Right. Well, do what the Amistad Commission is doing right now and stay prepared. And, like the teacher was saying earlier in Washington, D.C., it doesn't seem like a promising time to remove a Confederate statue, but now is the time to start planning and getting together in groups. I regret I didn't really emphasize that. I've learned a lot in groups, like in grad school, like Hassan Jeffries, who spoke yesterday. We had a reading group in grad school, like learning together. And I guess feeling that we as individuals, or even as one school, or even as one school district, even as a state, can't get it done by ourselves. A lot of times we put stress on ourselves, and even young people do this too. They're like, oh my gosh, the problems are so big, I can't deal with them. Well, none of us can deal with the problems alone. And this is why I love Frederick Douglass and Du Bois and Mary McLeod Bethune. They all taught organization, getting people together on a common problem. I think that's the most important thing is, it's a crisis time. I mean, I could give the downfall of the Republic speech. I had that lecture, but planning for the next, because we know things are not always going to be like this, right? We know we can swing the pendulum towards freedom, but yeah, thinking in groups is very important. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Ortiz. I'm Angela Davis, named after the Angela
Thank
Davis.
you. All right.
And I just wanted to say that you mentioned.
I want to get a
the-
picture of you. I'm going to share with Angela. Is that cool?
That's perfect.
Okay.
My question is, when do you think the adaptation of like the kids version of your book might come out?
I want you to talk to my publisher.
Okay.
Because no, I think to be honest, to be serious, it should be out in a couple of years. The version should be finished in a year, and it usually takes about a year for a book in production. But yeah. Yeah, I'll be around. So I don't have to until about 1. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll hang around. Yeah.
How's it going, bro?
Pretty good. Hey, how are you doing, Rumi?
Yeah. And I briefly mentioned to you about this last night, but being in leadership around these type of topics, especially on school district levels, has been, after George Floyd, very much uplifted. But like when we look at the current situation today, where not only pushed back by the administration, but they're also weaponizing things like anti-Semitism and everything like that to also undermine, solidarity work, international solidarity in the sense. What advice would you have about navigating that? Because arguably you would even see modern day McCarthyism, where people, you might end up on a website somewhere and your name gets Googled.
Oh, yeah.
Want to continue. So that's what you have as someone who took the risk as an untenured professor and going forward, because, once you really do the work, that's when the issues start happening, not necessarily just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You always have to have people to have your back. That was a lesson Angela Davis taught us. She said, I will have your back. I will support you. And as I got older, I realized that she was expecting me and my generation to kind of carry that torch, not the torch of speaking out necessarily, but the torch of supporting the people who would speak out, whether, it was like telling the truth in the classroom or on television or wherever the case may be. It's that lesson of having each other's backs. Now, in terms of teaching about racism and anti-Semitism, these are critical issues. And so the way I talk to my students who are going into education, whether it's, K through 12 or higher education, is never talk about anti-Semitism without talking about racism and vice versa. These are intersecting forms of oppression. The Muslims and the Jews were Iberian Peninsula bring together these kingdoms, right, so that they could launch colonial expeditions in the Americas. I mean, it's like, it's not hidden history, right? It would have been, it's interesting because in the World Cup, they're like, oh, it's interesting, to see this Muslim impact on Spanish culture. And I'm like, okay, that's new. Anyway, sorry about that, kind of an aside, but seeing forms of intersection or seeing forms of oppression, but also liberation as connected to each other is a very important thing. If there's anti-Semitism at Cornell, we need to like root it out and deal with it like day one. But we cannot forget about the ongoing anti-Black and anti-Latino and homophobia that's happening on campus. That's the divide and conquer tactic I feel that the Trump administration is using against us. They're like, well, we're just going to focus on this one group. Okay. And it's fine. All forms of oppression need to be dealt with, but not weaponized. So, yeah.
Okay.
better? Cancer? What it's like presenting. So everything's wrong. One time you don't check, everything goes wrong. 100%.
Including like
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic. Mic. Mic check. Mic check. Mic. Mic. Mic.